Hello. Waited 24 years for this stream? Damn, that's crazy. Been a busy week already for me. A lot of work, a lot of editing. I tried to get the video done on Tuesday, couldn't do it. Had too much to do, so I had to also take yesterday off. But it was done, and it's been doing pretty good. I think my latest YouTube video actually got shown to people that want to watch World of Warcraft content, which is amazing for the algorithm on YouTube to do. But I'll take it. It's already gained like more subs than any of my other recent videos, even the dying one. So we've wasted 2 days of the week. So I don't think we'll begin Fantasy to 47 this week. 46? Maybe. 45? Probably, definitely. Because I've only really got 2 days of the week to stream. So we better jump in. Actually go a leveling. Hopefully everyone has been having a good week. I wouldn't say mine's been great just because there's been so much to do, but other than there's so much to do, it's been alright. Make some bandages before we head out. Not 22, we'll make 12, but I wrote 22. I think I need one more aquamarine. If I'm remembering correctly. Maybe. We need a lot more mithril though. So there's no point worrying about that just yet. If we get to 45 and we still need a lot of mithril, which we probably will. Because thinking about just staying here on this island for the whole day and just grinding out a level and a half. Because it's warrior. That might happen. Nice. Yeah, I was wondering, because there was you and someone else that had started World of Warcraft that had come in here and asked me about things, and I was wondering how the progress was going. How the exploration and everything is happening. Gnome Warrior. I actually had Gnome Warrior back in Vanilla WoW. I fought Ragnaros one time on it. Because I was friends with a lot of people that played Alliance, even though I was playing Horde. And I made a character in their guild. Fighting Ragnaros, which is a massive guy. Massive elemental guy. As a tiny gnome was pretty awesome. Fierce and mighty. We're just gonna go fight snake people, and then I'll decide if I want to do it all day. To be fair, we do need black pearls still. So it's not the worst thing to do. But it doesn't really need to happen. It's more of a I want to be very safe and I'll do this kind of thing. Because obviously I want to keep Francie alive because she is the blacksmith and I want to be able to use the awesome weapon that is Phantom Blade. It's been a little bit since I played though, so I gotta warm up. I did play a little bit of retail WoW last night because a new patch came out. The new zone in the new patch reminds me of a certain zone in Final Fantasy. At the edge of the universe. But if you just put that music in, it's ultimate full. Place can be a little bit dangerous on the warrior still. Gotta pay attention. Alright. Nice. Yeah. Professions you do spend a lot of your money on. So you make money and then you spend it. It's like, am I even gonna make money? But later on when you get to like the high level stuff, that's when it really gets good for money. With this character I'm leveling blacksmithing and it feels like every time I get a new... So a new thing to train is like 1 gold 50 now. And then I make a few items, get the money back, and then I spend it again on more training. So it does get like that while leveling professions. Chilly this morning. But at least I'm here this morning, like on time as well. That's crazy. Take another overpower crit. So these are going to give us, what, 400 to 500 experience each. We need 46,000 experience. That's not too many kills, to be fair. If I did just stay here. 43 to 44 here probably won't be that bad, but I'm also thinking about staying here until 45, which would be... Ugh. A little bit boring, but might be necessary. It won't be as boring as frickin' Breath of Wind farming that I did last week though, holy. That was so boring. I'm looking forward to making the Rugen video so I can cut out like 2 minutes of that 4-hour farm and just let people know that this was probably the worst thing I ever did. The account found challenge, where sometimes you gotta do some boring shit. I wouldn't suggest it. It's fun to be self-sufficient, but man, things like that, oof, they almost make me want to not play. I think that's why the next day of stream after that I only did like half a day. I'm still thinking about it, I can't help. Do we go for the siren? Make sure we keep some rage. We don't get blasted. This is why I'm kind of thinking about going to 45 here though on the warrior, because this place already is much scarier on the warrior than it was on the mage, the hunter, even the priest. Like, I actually take damage, you know? We're a warrior, naturally. Things are difficult. it makes me think about just staying here, grinding. Maybe at least until all the rest of the experience is gone. Which, I don't know, it might be like half the next level at this point. We'll find out when we get to 44. I think we get a new overpower at 44. It's not the right place to check. Yes, and a demoralizing shout, so that's cool. That's some good stuff. And 46 has a new charge, which is awesome. And a Sunder, which is also a lot of damage increase. Disarm. Got dodge. Get our weapon back. Well, it faded right as I got my weapon back. Spam and overpower, and then as soon as my weapon comes back, it's like, no. There will be no overpower today. Hey. I've got the heater on, but it hasn't really started warming things up yet. When you wake up and it's just like immensely cold. Oof. Nice. That's what we want to see, Francie. All day, actually. Just 700 crits. She can also crit for 700. It's just not as often as Grocket. But yeah, when I woke up this morning and checked my YouTube, because I put out a video last night, and I see that it's got like, you know, over 100 views. Getting likes, it's getting subs. It's like, wow, people still actually watch hardcore WoW? Because the last videos within the last few months have been kind of dire. So it's good. Around the pole. It is an interesting name that just hit level 60. The name is Hippie Smell. Not sure if racist or... So, certain classes can use a spear, which is a polearm. But they're very rare. You have to be a hunter, a warrior. I think that's it, actually, in Classic. But they're very rare to come by, especially while leveling. I think there's only like 2 polearms. Pre-60. One of them's level 20. And it's got like bear druid stats, but bear druids can't use it. Maybe they can. I don't think druids can use polearms in Classic. And then one's like a level 51 quest reward from a battleground. But they exist. They're just rare. So you probably won't see them that often. In Classic, at least. If you're playing retail WoW ever in the future, you'll probably see them all over the place. An interesting thing to think of it. Because in Classic WoW, you know, you see swords and axes and shit all the time. Maces. Yeah, polearms are just basically non-existent. There's no dragoons here. Man, that's an early disarm. Rude. Didn't even get 2 Sunders up. At least I got that overpower off. $40,000 experience. Because we're grinding. We should find the Staff of Jordan, definitely. That'd be nice. Although at this point, Staff of Jordan? It might have to go to the Druid if we did find one, because it is an amazing caster weapon. My Druid is a caster. But would I want the potential of dying on the Druid? Staff of Jordan. I don't really think I would. I think no matter what, if an epic dropped, it would go to the character that I wanted on the most. So it would probably be the priest. Although the mage is quite good, like I haven't hated the mage. So maybe I'd flip a coin, priest or mage. Especially because I'm playing fire. Fire mage has been... It may be harder to level, especially in hardcore, but that's what makes it fun, I think. There's a certain danger. Or if we find the beacon. We haven't even finished the scales quest though, like... Usually you come out here and maybe you're not staying, but you finish the scale quest quite fast, but it's been quite slow for us. It knows we're grinding. But I know you're gonna stay, so I might as well take my time. You don't need these drops. Oh, the RNG against this mob is awful. Had to interrupt her 3 times. Had a tickle in my throat. Now, that's one thing that happened on Monday, actually. I wasn't going to be streaming because, well, firstly, I watched F1 and that finished at like 3 in the morning. But I also had a lot of work to do. But it gets to like 8:30 in the morning and I hear a knock on the door. I'm still asleep at this point, but the knock on the door woke me up. Jehovah's Witness. At 8:30 in the morning. Man. I guess God rests for no one. But especially on a day where I was like, I need to sleep. So I can be productive through the rest of the day. But I answered the door. The guy's like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, not bad, I just woke up. And then he handed me the thing and walked away. It's like, I don't know. He didn't want to talk to someone who just woke up, I guess. Well, he knew that he woke me up and he was like, oh shit, better go before he lets me have it. But it's not the best way to wake up in the morning. And then I went back to sleep for 2 hours because I was still fucking tired. Hey, we finished the scales, but as we know, we're gonna be staying, so let's keep grinding. Yasondra yells, the strands of life have been severed. The dreamers must be avenged. Monkus. Something else happened over the weekend, actually, in Classic World of Warcraft, in Hardcore. A lot of people died because the Anchorage 10-hour war or whatever, however long it lasts, happened. Gates of Anchorage opened and a lot of people were in Yangetson, which is a danger zone when that's happening. So I wasn't playing, but I did see a lot of posts. Also, Yasondra is definitely being killed right now, but maybe she's also killing people because she keeps yelling. I don't have Deathlog on, but if I did, I wonder if I was seeing like Yasondra actually kill people. But yeah, thankfully the event happened over the weekend, so I wasn't ever going to be on because I was worried about that, especially as I'm questing in Paralis. Because this is also a dangerous island when that event's on. There are guys that spawn over here, I'm pretty sure. But on that same day, it was my birthday. So, I wasn't going to be playing anyway. I am 37 now. Ouch. Four, 5, 6. Woke up that day, I was like, oh. Nope. I wish I was 24, 25. That'd be great. Can't do that while silenced. The one thing that warriors can't do while silenced. Battle shout. I guess it makes sense because shouting. If you're silent, you can't shout. I get a lot of people that say I do look young for my age, but I guess it depends, because sometimes I wake up and I actually look, you know, my age. But a majority of the time, not. Some days you wake up after like 4 hours sleep and you're like, you know, all the wrinkles around and everything. It's like, jeez, that's a rough day. Gotta say, the disarm's actually really saddening. We are only 30,000 experience from leveling again. But it's funny, because usually, you know... Ooh, a bow with stats on it. Not like the best, though. Like, I could use that on the warrior. I'd have to see if it's better than what Rugen has, because maybe that's good for me to just equip to friends. This is about the time where we start getting bows and wands with stats on them, and they are, you know, good to equip to the rogue or warrior just because of them and stuff. And that's our first bow with stats. I was about to say though, it's funny because usually, you know, for your birthday, even at this age, I still get a little bit. You get some money from your parents, right? Generally. I didn't this year. I gave my mother $200 for my birthday. She needed $200, so... But it's all good. The shrinkflation's definitely hitting my grandma though. She has a lot less money than she used to. I get like $10 from her. And back in the day, $100 every year. But I always tell her it doesn't matter. Like, she doesn't even need to give me money, but she always does. There are things that are more important than money. And my grandma still being around is pretty important. She's always saying, sorry, it's not much. And I'm like, doesn't matter. You can have it back if you want. Every year, it's like the same message. It's not much, sorry. And like, don't care. Maybe my other siblings, they might care a bit more. Maybe they're like, oh, only $10, Nanny? That's ridiculous. She feels bad about it, you know? Probably someone out there that's getting $10 and they're like, only $10? Crazy purse. We'll see. Yeah. Passes. I can agree with that. Glamour and mounts though. I don't care as much as I used to. The last time I really cared about mounts in video games was gotta be at least 10 years ago now. Because I've started feeling like, you know, once you get one mount, every mount is just the same with a different skin, right? It does the same thing. Unless you're playing a game like Guild Wars 2, in which the mounts are all different, you know? You got the Griffin, which is a glider mount. You got the Strider, which is a go on water mount. Stuff like that. But in like WoW or Final Fantasy, they're all the same. They just look different. So generally I only use one mount in a video game anyway. But I did like when the Endwalker final tier was an axolotl. That was kind of cool. Cute mount that did not belong in Savage. But I still got it. Because Savage isn't even that hard. Like why just go do it, you know? But I think I only rode that twice, so I didn't even hear that much. $5 to 44. Even though I probably will go down to Tanaris on the warrior. That's why I'm kind of like, I want to go to 45 first. Because Tanaris is going to be... Tanaris. It's be a little bit dangerous. So if I do still have a full level of rested, or even half a level of rested, once I level up, could be here the rest of the day. It's funny though, because I only really cared about passing in Final Fantasy when I played. When I play WoW, I just don't even care about putting in a good performance, you know. Like, I do the bare minimum and I get the content done, then I'm happy. If other people want to try hard, cool. Just, they shouldn't expect me to be able to compete with it, because I'm not. I'm not going to be raiding this tier of retail WoW though, because I just don't care enough right now to be on the gear treadmill and do that sort of stuff. Might do some Mythic Plus with friends from time to time this tier and LFR. Maybe when they clear heroic, see if they carry me through it. Looking for more ECM library arm calf tank. Is it a warrior? No, it's a paladin. I was gonna say, is it a warrior that whispers me? I'm gonna say you're a warrior, mate. You. He really is looking though, because he all camps. But the hardcore medley doesn't do dungeons. I won't be going to the ECM. As good as it would have been for gear, because warrior in ECM gets some good upgrades. This is why I'm thinking maybe we just grind, you know. Because a few levels of grinding will actually help a lot to equalize the loss of a dungeon. And we have a perfect opportunity because I was logged out for 5 days, which means my reset experience is going to be quite high. One switch circus, see if I get one crit. Didn't get one crit. And we crit it. Yes, we can. Feels like I take so much damage. After being here on the mage and the hunter who took 0 damage. It's just like I take so much damage. That's what I like about warrior though, honestly. It's always dangerous. Even in situations that don't feel dangerous, it's always dangerous. Like, I don't feel like I'm in any danger here, but I could be. I could pull 2 mobs and suddenly I am. Geyser. Didn't even see Geyser go off when I was here on the other characters. Didn't even remember they did it. Another fun thing. I mean, the warrior does more damage than the hunter. On average, I would say. But the hunter's much safer. Automobile. Must be a shaman. Shaman, the best part about Shaman is hidden level 60. As long as you're not going to raid. If you're raiding, well, you're going to be a healer, so that's going to be boring. But if you just get to 60 and you just go out and blast some mobs as hard as you can with Wind Fury, really fun. But the leveling, oh, I don't want to do that ever again, honestly. Best part about Shaman for me was when I hit 60 and I didn't care about living or dying anymore, and I just did what I wanted. Which was die. was a purpose to it, at least. It was a good video. Honestly, my favorite video that I've ever made. Kinda hoping I get to 60 in one of the hardcore medley characters, and I don't really like it that much, so I can just do that again. 'Cause that's fun. If all of my characters that are currently alive do get 60, there are some that I hate. Well, not hate, but just don't like that much. So the possibilities there. God. Surprised that other mob didn't pull. It's so close. I'm glad I'm able to play through OBS. These two doing this quest. Because I wasn't even watching my screen there, but I saw I got a big crit on my second monitor with OBS. And then I was like, I got a hamstring. Saw those two people over here. But they might be here killing Al, which kind of sucks. That's people in my grind spot. If overpower procced when you dodged as well, then man, that'd be sick. You get a dodge, the mob gets a dodge, anything is an overpower proc. I feel like then a lot more people would be like, yeah, overpower is amazing. Because right now overpower is like divided. There's people that love it, people that don't love it so much. Because generally it's only about 10% of your damage total. Like let's say overall, yeah, overpower 8.9%. Not that much. But when it does proc, absolutely destroy a mob. When it crits. So there are better talents probably than improved overpower. You know, you could get more rage. That's about it, honestly. Because everything else kind of sucks. I guess getting 2% extra damage isn't so bad. But is 2% extra damage 9% damage? I don't know. Oh, I didn't want to pull both. Thinking about it. I don't know if that's how math works, you know? Does 2% damage equal 9% damage? It might. In some weird way. Just 18,000 experience to 44. Let's go to the high level. 52.48. Maybe they were doing this quest. The only quest I would consider doing at that level if, you know, if you're scared. I just probably won't do it on this character. There are some characters I'll go in that cave. The rogue, probably the main one. But most of the characters are probably staying out of there. It's a scary place. There's too many mobs. They're all so close together. Hey, at least I'm remembering to use my sharpening stone today. You just have 5 days off and suddenly you're better at playing the game than when you were last. I think because today and tomorrow are like the only days I'm going to be streaming and playing this week. Francie's whole way to 47 is just going to have a lot of rested experience. Which is fine, because it's a warrior and I prefer it that way, honestly. But I should be around every day next week. I don't have too much on the schedule just yet. There's no Formula 1 for a few more weeks either, so don't need to stay up until 3 in the morning on Monday. That's good. We're on what they like to call summer break, but it's like the second summer break for the season because for whatever reason the calendar's dog shit. So I'm not even going to call it that, I'm just going to call it summer break 2. Oh, the disarm. Right after an overpower from. Oh, we got another one. I'm definitely quite worried about Francie in the levels to come. Because unless we get some really lucky gear drops, especially when it comes to weapon, like we might have Whirlwind Axe all the way to 60 if we're unlucky. Great weapon before level 40. Kind of fallen off though. I am getting my skill up. It is 138 out of 215 now. Yes, this grind is good for that. Haven't even used the two-handed mace on this character. I think at one point I had a two-handed mace, but I never went to Ironforge to learn it because I think I replaced the weapon. Miss, holy shit. Four Sunder armor misses in a row. Excuse me, miss. That's basically what was going on there. Classic warrior. That's what that is. For any new World of Warcraft players, if you ever play Warrior, expect it to be sometimes frustrating. They don't get any hit chance talents like rogues. That guy's name is Good Pass. He is playing a human warrior, so if he has bad passes, dog shit. I'm gonna be honest. If you're playing Human Warrior and you don't get good passes, why are you even playing Human Warrior? Like, you might as well just play like a dwarf or a gnome or a night elf at that point, you know? Although, in saying that, when I played Gnome Warrior in Classic, I got good passes. There was only one warrior in my guild that was able to compete with me. Now granted, I did have Edgemaster's Handguards, but they were all playing human, so I was basically just, you know, using Edgemasters to catch up to where they already were. But as soon as I stopped playing, I think he left like a few weeks later because, you know, there was no competition anymore in that guild. I liked Classic release, it was fun. Just getting to know like a bunch of new people that you'd never hung out with before and stuff like that. It was a good time. Almost got kicked from the guild because of drama that happened and I wasn't even online. I was having a sleep, I woke up. My friend was like, "You're gonna be kicked from the guild, you should log in." I'm like, what the fuck? I've been asleep. How the hell am I part of drama? It's funny too because it happened because of someone that I knew from retail WoW, who is like the best friend of another friend of mine that I hang out with when we play. Well, we haven't played hardcore together for, it's been over a month, I think. Yeah. My warlock here. His best friend caused the drama that got me almost kicked out of the guild. Because he invited a bunch of other friends who were just toxic. And because they all had my name tied to them, they were just like, "We're Frankie's friend." You know? Like, no you're not. It's like, I don't know you. So, it was an interesting time. Bit trigger happy from the GM and stuff, but he was warranted because he was called names. But if I had woke up without a guild, I would have been like, what the fuck happened while I was asleep? Like, hello? It was funny though, because that drama, because it was someone from retail, leaked over to my retail WoW guild's Discord. And that's where I had to stick up for myself, because I'm not gonna let people slander my name for false reasons. It was a good time. Almost been here an hour. 2 bars from leveling. How we've almost been here an hour because our potions only have 9 minutes on them. That's what I mean. If I got reset experience for another level, it's not bad leveling. Like, it's boring, yes. Grindy, boring, but it's classic World of Warcraft, so sometimes you have to do some grindy, boring bullshit. Especially when you're not doing dungeons. If you're missing a dungeon worth of level, you know, it's a lot of experience that you don't get. Also, that guy's got Crusader on his Whirlwind X, by the looks of it. Maybe he's also grinding here. I wish he wasn't. I want to be the only one grinding here. There's a whole group of other mobs over the ocean. He's level 47. Surely you can go over there. But yeah, I never really enjoy being involved in drama. I try to keep it out of my life. It's less stress that way, right? So whenever someone drags me into it, I'm just like, what the f... How am I here? That's one of the only times I've had, like, WoW drama. It's classic WoW. And it happened from someone who was playing retail. Go figure, right? The retail guys are like, oh, classic drama. Ah, if you're stunned the drama, it's not classic drama. It's retail drama. Just leaked over. At least I'm hitting with my punches. Doing 5 damage per punch. This grind's good for unarmed skill. I mean, people not showing up for raid isn't really much drama in this version of the game, because usually in Classic you have like 50 plus players waiting to raid, right? It's a bit worse in later versions, especially when it was like capped. But loot drama happens a lot. Maybe not so much in retail, but in classic, loot drama is... I don't know why. A 20-year-old game just makes people crazy when it comes to loot. People are like, I didn't get my Azura Song Mage Blade. Ree! There's a lot of items in Classic WoW that aren't good. And there's some that are like really good. And obviously you want the really good items. So if you don't get them, some people just go crazy. I think that's the biggest cause of WoW drama in this version, definitely, is loot. And there's a few legendary items, which also cause issues. You know, if you're a guild master or a raid leader and you reserve the legendary item, which is generally the case. Like, that generally happens. If you have a warrior who's leading a guild, they're probably gonna take Thunder Fury. Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. Sometimes that can cause drama because people don't expect it. It's like, really? Should be expected. Every raid leader ever who has been a warrior is gonna take that sword. That's a good ass sword, you know? That's good even in the next expansion. One bar. My classic guild never had loot drama. But we did have people not wanting to take loot. Because there was a rule in that guild, right? Your first piece of loot that you got, you had to sing a song. Which I thought was pretty fun because, you know, you just get people singing random shit. Spouting out some shit. Just a little bit of, like, bonding. You get loot, you sing a song. Only the first time, but, like, I thought it was a pretty funny rule. Because of the drama that was my friends, I sang the Friends theme song. I say my friends because they weren't my friends, but everyone was saying they were my friends. It turned into a big meme in the guild, actually. Suddenly everyone was my friend. I was beating my ass. So we had people not take loot because they didn't want to sing. Which was a bit weird. Like, just sing a song, don't be a bitch. I think I might let my potions drop. Which might make us a little weaker, but we're only got 5k experience to level. And I think when I level, I will go back to town just to sell items. Like, we have 1% less crit and no regen now, which sucks, but, you know, couldn't be that bad. But I always feel like loot drama in video games is stupid. I was glad with Final Fantasy you would eventually get everything. Like, you know, if you just raid for, say, 8 weeks, you will get everything. 4 weeks if you're running ults, like we did in the last year that I raided, but it's always nice to have your bis. Because in WoW, generally, bis doesn't really happen that often. Unless you're actually dedicated to it. Various reasons, I would say. Like, most guilds probably don't use /roll. There's always like... Have you heard of loot council? So some people within the guild decide where the loot goes, you know, and sometimes it's a bit corrupt. Sometimes it's like, I will give this loot to my girlfriend or something like that. Like, that can cause some drama. Sniper rifles. So there's various reasons, but really weird ones that come up, definitely. It's a interesting weapon. Even though it's spirit, I think it might be better than Rugen's gun. It is a sniper rifle. It's got fucking massive sniper scope. Our second gun that was found with stats, though. I know, a WoW player having a girlfriend. That's crazy. Funny though. One of the women that I have dated in my life was a WoW player. We actually met in World of Warcraft, so maybe that's how, you know. You meet someone in World of Warcraft. A few of my friends started dating from World of Warcraft as well, so it's always cool. Got another friend who randomly met someone who actually plays World of Warcraft and started dating them. It's not the same, but it's close. WoW players are just attracted to each other, I don't know. I'm not. Ooh, WoW player? I don't want another one. like I already know what I'm like. I think the perfect person for me right now is a normie that doesn't even play video games. Get to go outside, get to do social stuff, you know? That's probably what WoW players should go for. Dark Mist Handguards of the Eagle. Maybe a Grocket item. Because my other casters have the Dreamweave gloves. And on Grocket I'm feeling like maybe I don't wear Dreamweave because they lower my stamina. Next mob is level, I think. Can be close. And I finally get to see how much experience I need. Just through mail, basically. So what I'm doing with this challenge is I will mail my other characters' items. It's pretty much the only way you can. Level 44, and we are quite far breasted, but I'll go back to town. Yeah, on the anniversary servers, it's instant mail as well. Which is very awesome. So, you know, if you're doing professions or whatever, you can just mail something over immediately. Oop.
Greetings, dear Ladris. Goodbye.
Not gonna do that quest. Can I get the quest? Do I have it? I do. Can I get the one down here? I can. Okay. Alright then. Probably what we'll do. Before we go back and train.
A Shah fell out.
I need to just make sure what level the what don't even know what I'm talking about. Big Game Hunter WoW Classic. How good is this gun? 66 top end, 19.4. So this gun's kind of better. It's slower. So I can use this on Francie. I can actually increase her stats a little. Well, yes, it's an item for Rugen as well. I love Google Chrome. Go to close a tab and it's just like stuck. How are we? Amazing. Probably more Wowhead's problem than Google Chrome's, but those in there. Send this to Rugen. Send this to Grocket. Send that to Friend. And I guess this SD clan meat we'll just send to Lena. I'm gonna fly down to Tanaris.
Hello.
So I can pick up this other quest. Pick up the other quest, surf to Meniful, go to Ironforge, train, then go to Darnassus and fly back down. And probably grind some more. I think I am willing to just grind all the way. Maybe not fully to 45, but to like the end of the race experience. It's a safe enough spot. Shouldn't cause us any issues. But I am gonna need a lot of mithril soon. I need to make 2 big black maces. I have everything but the mithril for the weaponsmithing quest. And then I'm gonna need another 20 or so mithril for the Phantom Blade after that. So at some point, I'm gonna have to go out there and mine. Because Phantom Blade is definitely an item I want to get made this league in a Medley, because there's no telling that I'll be able to make it next league before I play Lena, the RNG system that I have in place. I never know when I'm gonna play a character until played them all. And that video is doing pretty good. It's so funny how the YouTube algorithm works, you know, you put up a video and it randomly gets a lot of views, a lot of likes, people subscribing, and then you put out a video like a week later and you get 30 views. Like, I didn't do anything different. Can't even understand the algorithm, which is why I'm like, I'll just put up videos. If they go, they go. If not, you know, it's as what it is. I don't really care. Like, the thumbnail for this one is probably worse than some of the other ones, but yeah, popping off. So people can't even be like, it's because of the thumbnail, because I don't think it is. It's just RNG. Considering I didn't make a video for 2 weeks as well, like, it's been a while, you know? So it's not even like a momentum thing. But because it's getting subs, then I think that it was actually sent to people that want to watch Classic World of Warcraft videos rather than people that don't know anything about Classic World of Warcraft. Which I think happens half the time. YouTube, actually. Like, sometimes I'll open my recommended videos list or my homepage and I'll just have some random video that I haven't even watched any topic of, and I'm like, where'd this come from? Which is okay because I like learning things. So if I see something like, when will the heat death of the universe happen? It's like, okay, I'll learn. It's a bit drastic. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way with other video games. I haven't played RuneScape in over 20 years, yet I watch like at least 1 or 2 RuneScape videos a month. RuneScape's been popping off recently though. A lot of WoW streamers went and played it for the first time. Which is good because it means they're playing new games and not just playing World of Warcraft all the time. Because I've been playing a lot of Warhammer Total War recently. A lot. Like, every bit of free time is some Warhammer. A lot. I might be a little bit addicted. I've been watching a lot of the Warhammer lore videos. And it's, yeah, it's a lot. There are many, many things. There's like 150 hours of videos on one channel that has lore, and I'm like, I'm never gonna watch all of it, but watch the good parts.
What can I do for you? Farewell.
Fly me to Ironforge. What do we have up here? Haven't been to the hinterlands yet. Kind of okay with keeping the hinterlands a little bit though, because it's, you know, a little bit scarier to go there on the warrior. I'm also trying to remember, I feel like there's a quest in the Badlands. But I don't know. Like, there's a quest that I remember that I haven't seen. Maybe it's because I'm remembering a quest from, like, later. It's just weird. Because it's... like, I feel like I remember a quest, but it ain't there. Never handed in the silk cloth, but we don't have enough now. Warrior training. Got 2 abilities to train. We need Overpower and Demo Shout. That should be all we need, honestly. Since we're a warrior, we don't need to worry about putting them on the bar because they're already there. At 46, just charge and sunder. So it's going to be about 7 gold. I'm keeping the money on Francie for now just because I know I'm going to probably need some for blacksmithing. But I will probably have to send Friend a little bit of extra. Thanks, mate. A little bit of extra money. Still have Zanzel's stuff down here as well, but yeah, if we get 45, that shouldn't be too bad, hopefully. Now I should go to Darnassus, train bows, so I can put this on. Pretty good bow for a warrior, you know, it's not like the best stats, but some extra spirit, helpful for a little bit of regen, but 30 extra health is pretty big. Better than, even though we have a really good throwing weapon, doesn't have stats on it. Better than that. I really need to get a new chest. I don't know when I will. The problem is, this is really good. We've had it since level 24. I remember equipping it as soon as I hit level 24. I was in Stone Talon Mountain, killing Wyvern. These also level 22, like, they're really good. Guess we need new pants. Everything else is okay. I guess our necklace could use a upgrade, like a beer necklace would be pretty nice. The boat's here, it's leaving. Alright, boat, I'll see you in 5 minutes. It's always a pain in the ass, honestly, when you rock up and the boat's like, I'm getting out of here. Up here. This guy knows what's up. Going fishing. I don't have fishing. Yeah, I think if we grind to 45, then Francie's video can be from 45 to 47. Some action in there, you know, we'll have some mining. Make sure we get 50 more mithril or whatever we need. Get our weaponsmithing done. Bunch of quests. See about going to the Pirate Cove. Things just get a little bit scarier on the Warrior 40 plus when you're solo. It's still a fine class though, like the quest that we did on the Shaman we can do on the Warrior. In my opinion. And I did all the quests on the Shaman, other than the one that killed me. But that was more of a, I am going to die today, I'll do whatever it takes to get me there. If Francie makes it to 47, I'm only going to be one level behind my other warrior that I'm leveling with my friends. Should probably start leveling again, but a new retail patch just came out, so I don't think that will be happening for the next few months. Not that there's much retail content with the current patch that just came out because they time gate it, right? So a patch comes out and then like a week later, maybe 2 weeks later sometimes, the raid and the new season comes out. So there's not really anything to do other than a little bit of story right now. But the new story has been interesting. I haven't finished it though, so I don't know absolutely everything. But it's been interesting. I also think there might be WoW drops. I guess I'll find out when I stream for 4 hours if I get a WoW drop. I like night elf females. just night elf females in general. It doesn't matter what they are, but you know, I like them. But especially white-haired night elf females. That's my kryptonite. An elf with white hair. Game over. Game over, man. If elves existed in real life, I'd be very unproductive. Or maybe I'd be productive. Depends how you want to look at it. My friend, one of my friends was just like, you need a cosplayer. And I was like, it might be the case. They might be onto something. Dark Shore. I really do miss the low level quests and such. It's been so long since I did the low level zones. Just been blasting, you know. 30, 40 content now. And we haven't touched the low level zones in like months. I miss them. I want to go back to Elwyn Forest. Flight down to Foralis is going to take a bit. So I might take a quick break while I'm flying down to Foralis. But I do need to remember, train bows while in Darnassus. Train bows, buy some arrows. Possibly use the bank to put the items. We actually ran down a few stacks of potions finally. That's good. We've still got, you know, 8 of these in our bags. It's much better than it was. So I have a lot more bag space now. Because there were a few levels there where I had, I think 13 strong Troll's Bloods and 10 elixirs of agility in my bags. Just because I don't have any bank space. Character is absolutely stocked with items. Afala. Did it again. Afala. Whatever that means. It's an elf enjoyer. I don't even know what that means. Ishnuala. Darren, can I have this book?
Peace be with you. Illuminate me.
Said yes. May have that book. Well, that's 1 bar into 45. Towards 45, rather.
What brings you here?
How many aquamarine do I need? Phantom Blade. Not Phantom Blade Zero. Phantom Blade Classic. Wow. I need 6 aquamarine. Okay. So we do need one more. One more aquamarine. And we have everything else other than the 28 mithril.
Good luck.
Then we just need to maybe actually level blacksmithing to get it. But we have mithril spurs, so could probably do it with that. Where's the weapon trainer?
How may I help?
Bow.
Goddess watch over you.
I've learnt shoot bow. Equip bow. Put these up here, because maybe I'll still use them. I don't know where I buy arrows. Somewhere. I'm sure I can down in Feathermoon Stronghold.
I'm listening.
Put these in. But yeah, if I do need a level to 245, which I might have to, we at least have mithril spurs, and I'm hoping mithril spurs give me, you know, 10 levels pretty easily. They're very low material cost. I might need to mine, you know, 100 or so mithril, but that's just a thing that we'll worry about next level. Alright. I'm gonna fly down to Feathermoon. I'm gonna take a short break because it's a 9-minute flight and I don't want to sit around talking for 9 minutes while I'm flying, so I'll be back. I got the heater on where I am, so it's like nice in here, but oof, chilly out there, I'm gonna be honest. Sitting in the living room and I'm like... Why? It's cold. It's not like on the beautiful sunny days. If it's like a nice sunny day in the living room, you sit down, the sun's just like beaming onto you on the couch. It's like, this is great. Not today. It's been a bit ordinary this week in terms of weather though. Like, over the weekend it was beautiful. Sunny all the time. I'm thankful for. You look outside, there's just blue sky, not a cloud in sight. Wow. Amazing. I don't know about that. But if the stream helps you warm up, then at least I'm doing something with my life, you know. Another dwarf hunter. Didn't seem to have a beard though, unless I mistook his pet. I didn't really look at it, honestly. Saw the dwarf hunter, I looked at the dwarf hunter, I was like, that's a dwarf hunter, he's pretty cool. Speaking of dwarfs, I've been playing a dwarf campaign on Warhammer, I started one. Got a lot to do as a dwarf because you have a big book full of people that have wronged you. You want to go kill all of them. Sort out the grudges. Naturally, I'm gonna be like, I'll go take out everyone because everyone's having a grudge. That's pretty cool. Sea spray. Guys are very high level. Some of them are 49. Like, I always forget how high level this quest is because it starts here. I can't get it yet because I think you need to be 45 to be able to pick it up. But it always feels like a mid 40 quest, but it's always the mobs are 49, so you're not really gonna do it until 47, 48 at the earliest. One of those easily forgettable quests that is something that I remember it's a quest, but I don't remember what level it. I guess we only really need to buy rough arrows.
Go in peace.
Not like we're a hunter. They are literally just pull mobs. Back to grinding. We had a nice 30-minute break from grinding. Get back to it. Don't pull all the dogs. We go all the way to 45 here. This is actually where I hit 45 on Grocket as well on this island, so it'd be like still in the same thing. I don't remember what happened with Rugen. Where did we hit 45 on Rugen? We were probably questing because, you know, Hunter. Easy stuff. Alright. Go about it. We need 105,000 experience. Let's say on average we get 420 experience. I don't know how to math. What's that, 200 mobs? It's with rested though, so it's probably gonna be more. We will run out of rested eventually. I've told the story about math before, but when I first went to high school, I had no fucking idea what they were teaching me in math class. Like, I feel like I missed a year of school before high school, because when I first went there, like, all the people in my class were writing stuff down on, you know, doing the equations, and I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck does any of this mean? So I never really felt like I was good at maths, but it might just be because they taught me wrong, you know? There was one math teacher, he's actually passed away now because he was an older teacher, but he tried to get me to learn math a lot. Like, he would actually, you know, be like, alright Frankie, come in after school and, you know, I'll teach you. Like what we're learning. Tried his best. Just didn't work for me though. I was stupid. But it's always nice when you have a teacher like that who's willing to put in a little extra time. So I appreciated it. Maybe not back then. Chemistry was my favorite subject. Which is like math with, you know, elements. I was just naturally good at chemistry. That was probably the only subject in my first year of high school where I felt like I was better than everyone else at. I'd just rock up and get full credits on all the tests and stuff. It's like, nice. Don't even need to even pretend to know anything, because I already know it all, apparently. Although my favorite subject was in my last year of school, called outdoor education, where you don't actually go to school, you just go on trips. You go hiking, you go kayaking, you go mountain climbing, you go cycling. That was my favorite subject. That was good. Okay then. Whatever you say, Charge. Go to charge through here and the game's like, nah, you're going around. That's my pummel. It's a disaster. Because now there's another mob. Gotta be careful not to pull that other mob. Might actually be a potion angle. That's what I mean about warrior, you know? Sometimes you're chilling and then you're not chilling. Yeah, let's pop a potion. Let's pop a warrior. Pop a warrior. But I had a friend who was really good at math. And I wish I, like, reached out to them to help me. Because it would have been very helpful. I ended up dropping the subject, honestly. I did 2 years of it in high school, and then I was like, yeah, I'm bad at that. I don't want to. But I think it's all because I didn't know shit going into high school because they didn't teach me it correctly and before that. Like the first day there were math in high school, I was like, what the f does this mean? How am I meant to do this equation? I have no idea how to even, what I'm even meant to be looking at. For whatever reason, I feel like I was placed in the smart person's class. Like, I must have scored well in my opening test to be put in that class with all the smart people, but I don't think I really belonged there. So all of my friends in that class were big nerds, you know, they knew everything. Good people, but big nerds. I'm a big nerd because I play video games a lot. But I don't know shit. I always feel like, because the school I went to, I feel like had a quota for like poor dumb people. That I was one of them, you know. I should put shoot on my bar because that would be very helpful. Then I can actually shoot my bow. I went to shoot my bow just now and it's like, you must have throwing equipped. You mean? I feel like I gained a lot more smarts outside of school though, because, you know, the internet, you can learn a lot of things now just by going on the internet and looking something up. Anyone can be smart these days. So that's pretty good. Prior to the internet, man, learning was hard. You had to go to school. You had to listen. You had to pay attention. Like I was good at the listening part, just not very good at the paying attention. Black Pearl? Very, very awesome to get that. Like my way of listening back when I was in school was like more pretending to listen. So I was good at listening. Just not actually taking any of the information in. Damn, did we just loot 2 of those in a row? That's crazy. Can we loot a third? Imagine we loot 3 overlinked voice back to back. It's like the story of the double epic drop. You know, 2 mobs, 2 epics. No one will ever believe it. Because you have to be there. But it did happen. A long time ago now. It was 2005. Been 20 years since that happened, but I remember it because it happened. It's the only time it's happened. It'd be really awesome for it to happen while I'm making a YouTube video. What do you think, Blizzard? Few epics? Someone actually blamed Blizzard for another MMO the other day. I was reading things on the internet, as I do, because you're on the internet 24/7. But someone said that Blizzard made the Old Republic. It's like, that wasn't a Blizzard game. Just because they make good MMO one time doesn't mean they made every MMO, you know? I never played the Star Wars MMO. I did watch Jesse Cox play it a little bit. It looked fun, the story looked good, but I was playing World of Warcraft at the time, so right. Based individual, you think? I blame Blizzard for a lot of things when things go wrong in other games. But I think they generally believed it. Yeah. That's similar to what I do. Like, you know, when I was playing Final Fantasy and like the net code was shit, so I'd die during a mechanic even though the mechanic didn't hit me, I'd be like, Blizzard! Fucking actually dog shit net code in that game sometimes. The server tick didn't update, so you're dead now. Okay. Thanks. Literally standing with everyone else in the same spot and somehow die, like, huh? Alright then. That's why I didn't really like doing ultimates in Final Fantasy, because there's a lot of precision movements, and when you're playing on 200 ms, Sometimes the precision movements don't go so well. Like, you can be standing in the right spot, chilling with your friends for like a second, and then the mechanic resolves and you fly into a wall. It's like, okay. Yeah, like, it's fine to do, but sometimes it's just not fun. It's like relying on double RNG, you know? Cleared every ultimate though? Ugh, you would have done top. Feel bad. But top. Kinda why I stopped playing, because my static wanted to do top and I was like, yeah, I don't really want to. Like, I'm okay, you know? I'll just go do something else. There's a Final Fantasy streamer called Saori. Maybe you've heard of it. She loved top. And every time she's in an ultimate that's not... You got, like, timed out. Every time she's in an ultimate that's not top for a little bit there, I was like, this isn't top. She was always in top. The classic Link timeout. Yeah, honestly, I think she did it like 100 times or something. She loved top. I don't know why. DSR was good. I like the final phase of top. That's the problem. Like, the final phase is... music's awesome. There's not that much going on. You're just dodging some shit, you know? But it's like an epic conclusion. It's just the rest of the fight makes me want to sleep. Especially the first phase. Doo-doo. 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 And it's so sad because I was looking forward to the Omega Ultimate, honestly. I was like, Omega's probably going to be a sick ultimate. Yeah. It's actually funny the when Fru came out, because I was talking to a friend probably like 3 years ago, and I was saying they'll probably do an Oracle of Light and Darkness kind of ultimate. That's what they could have called it. They didn't have to call it Fru, you know. They could have called it Oracle of Light and Darkness ultimate. It would have been sick. And then I was like, so the ultimate relativity and stuff like that's gonna be in there, and that was a mechanic. I know Square developers too well. But through looked okay. I haven't done it because I haven't played Dawn Trail, obviously, but it looked okay. Yeah, I think if I ever actually do an ultimate again in that game, I'm not gonna do top. So I'll never clear top. That's not a necklace that we want, although it is pretty good. Maybe it's a good necklace for Ellia. I want a necklace of the beer. But I do like ultimate content. I just don't really like progging it that much. It's because it takes so long and you got to deal with, you know, people making small mistakes and wiping the raid. Patience thing. I'm a pretty patient person, but sometimes you got to be really patient when it comes to playing video games and doing that sort of content. And I'm just like, I don't mind this in real life being patient, but I don't really want to be that patient in here. Maybe it's also the quality of player. I feel like generally I haven't ever played with, like, you know, super amazing, always big dick passing people. I just play with, like, above average people. Yeah, but that's something I'm doing myself, see? Leveling a bunch of characters in Classic WoW is fine because it's something I'm doing. If I'm having to deal with other people making mistakes, it's a little bit different. It's a Southbound mage. I wonder if they're trying to grind black pearls. But I get that. It does take a lot of patience to level in Classic World of Warcraft. Definitely. I was actually talking about Final Fantasy with some friends of mine a few weeks ago because they were like talking about how, you know, they miss raiding a little bit in that game because when Shadowlands, like the World of Warcraft expansion, came out, there was a lot of controversy around Blizzard. Don't know if you heard about that, but there was like lawsuits and stuff. So Shadowlands was kind of like a dog shit expansion plus all of that, so they tried out Final Fantasy because I was playing. Took them through the first tier of Endwalker Savage. showed them Savage content and they were like, this is fun. And they didn't really have to do any, like, you know, daily grind stuff, all that sort of stuff that you have to do in WoW. It's just like, you rock up, you get the loot. Good to go. First tier of Endwalker Savage was actually quite hard with new players, I'm going to be honest. Phoenix? That was not an easy fight for people that didn't know how to play the game. But we did clear, eventually. Phoenix was like hard because of snapshots, I think. Especially as a new player. Because learning snapshots on a fight that's kind of quick is a bit crazy. Stack instead of spread. Or spread instead of stack, yeah. There were a few of those moments. But you know, because my friends were like learning the game, learning how to do their rotation correctly and learning how to uptime and all that, and then we got to that fight and it's like, well, how can I learn to uptime because the fight's going so fast and everything's crazy and I don't even know what I'm doing. It was a bit overwhelming, that fight for them. But it was fun. I liked it. I think Phoenix is one of my favourite Savage fights just because of it being as difficult as it was. Like it's a dog shit colour palette. Orange on orange, but in terms of like quality, I did like it. It's harder than Uwu. It was more fun than, like, the tree. Let's be real, the tree was boring as well. Sestasha. You're probably right. With new players, Sestasha can be quite hard, you know? You gotta read those notes and be like, the thing is red? What thing? I never really read those notes towards the end of my playing. I just brute force it. Like if we get some ads, whatever, who cares? Yeah, second tier in Endwalker was not great. I did love Carbuncle though. Carbuncle is probably my favourite Savage fight. And it's mainly just because tanks actually had to do something. Yeah, I was playing Gunbreaker at the time. Maybe a little bit of Paladin. Because I cleared second tier as Paladin, but I didn't start Paladin until the final fight. But we actually had to, you know, move the boss. That was cool. Yeah. That's pretty much my fault as well. I didn't really like P8 that much. The first phase was okay, and the second phase was kind of just like, do the right thing and you win. It's not difficult. Like, I remember when my static first cleared P8, it was actually like the last reset before the end of the year. We started late. I joined a second group for that tier and started late, but they were all stressing out on second phase, and I was just like relaxed. Like that was probably the most relaxed Savage fight I've ever done. What's the second phase of P8? Just go stand in their spot and kill the boss, you know? I enjoyed the final tier of Endwalker a lot more. Hockey Toes was good. I think the only boring fight in the final phase on the final tier was Famous, but it was fun to learn. Like the learning of Famous was actually really sick. It just was boring on recall. So it was a good fight, just not like a good reclear fight. First time you get that like light and dark mechanic correct on Famous, I was like, oh, we did it. Let's go. And then you basically kill him because that's the only mechanic. A rifle of Stam? It's our third weapon that I've found with stats. I don't like how there's other people out here grinding with. They would go to the island. Eh. I like what I saw last tier of Dawn Trail, well I guess this tier, because there's not a new tier yet, is there? I don't know, I haven't really been keeping up with it. But it looked cool. I haven't played it, but I watched it. I think that's the thing that Final Fantasy always has going for it, though. The raids are generally above average. Even if the story's bad, like maybe it is right now compared to, you know, Shadowbringers and Endwalker, the raids are always something you can rely on to be relatively okay. Even if they're poor, they're still fun. If World of Warcraft's having a poor time, it's just all bad. It's like the raid's bad, the story's bad, it's like, oh god. I might have to pick up Dawn Trail like at the end of the expansion. This is the best thing to do with Final Fantasy, is just buy it when it's cheap at the end of the expansion, right? Play for all the content. Get a month in and out. Yeah, Castle Nefria was good, but I think it was mainly good because of the final boss. Because there was a boss in there that is renowned as one of the worst bosses in World of Warcraft history. So not the whole thing was good. The final boss though, super awesome. Side to Nefrius. I never played it because I wasn't playing Shadowlands. That was when I was maybe like a year or two into playing Final Fantasy at that point. So I never even touched Shadowlands, but yeah, a lot of people had fun with that fight. But the fight right before it is dog shit. in in the words of some of my friends. Like, they never want... That fight before Syed and Ephrius made them quit mythic raiding. So the guild that I'm in retail now doesn't do any mythic raiding anymore because of that one fight. It just didn't work properly. Like, there was RNG mechanics in a fight that shouldn't have had them, you know? So it did break a lot of guilds. Like, why sometimes does this random mob one-shot me and then other times it doesn't? It doesn't make sense. Help. There's a hunter here now as well. I'm just trying to grind. Why do people have to be here? I don't know what to do with this gun. Maybe we send it to Lena. Like, I could equip it on Francie. But we just got a new bow, you know? But this gun is better. It's just that I sent a gun to Rugen already. So, it's the same one, basically. The only thing that I will say about Dawn Trail that I dislike, that I, you know, haven't played it myself, but I have heard about, is the song Smile. When I first heard that song, my ears bled. The main singer of that song, it's like, what were they doing? I went through the torture of hearing it just because, you know, I heard about it not being that great, and I'm like, okay, let's see. Surely it can't be, oh, it's bad. From a game that has such bangers and music too, like, there's not a lot of songs in Final Fantasy XIV that I was like, oh, that's absolutely dog shit. Or even, that's terrible. But that one. Worst song I've ever heard in my life. And it's pretty much mainly just because of the lead singer in that song. Like, I feel like without that, it's probably a banger. I don't mind the choir that much, you know, the choir in the background, all that, that's alright. It's just the main singer is just off. It's like, how do you get so wrong? Okay, so we've got about 30,000 experience. Got 20 minutes left on potions. So I think we get 40k experience. It's interesting because I'm gonna be leveling in about 3 hours, I would say. 3 hours of grinding, which is probably how long it would have taken me to quest. So It's actually quite efficient. But yeah, I never want to hear Smile again, so if I play Dawn Trail in the future, I might just skip that part. If it starts playing, I'm like, I'm skipping. I don't even care what's happening in the background. I don't want to hear it. Or maybe just like turn my headset down to 0. And that's from someone who is a Final Fantasy XIV story enjoyer. Like, I've sat through all the bullshit, you know? A Realm Reborn, sat through that, watched everything. I don't want to watch Smile happening. If I stream it, I'll just turn my headset down and let the stream actually listen to the song. I know your ears are bleeding, guys, but mine aren't, so it's fine. It's basically how it will go. It's actually quite funny the last time I played Final Fantasy, because you stole a, it was at the end of Endwalker when you stole a, you know, does the incantation but doesn't say froth and throne. And I was basically like, say it, you know you want to, and then she looks at you in the game and she's like, I revised the incantation. And I'm just like, oh. There's a clip somewhere on my channel. She wasn't having it. Like, she knew I was gonna make a comment. Because when I play Final Fantasy, I get into it. Like, I'm immersed, you know. I am the character, even though it's a cat girl. I'm the main character. But it was enjoyable for 2 or 3 years. I think 3 that I played. Because I always wanted to try it. But World of Warcraft was such like a big staple in my life for so long that I never really gave myself the chance. Until Shadowbringers. I heard good things about Shadowbringers, I'm like, alright, it's time. Pretty good. Pretty peak, I would say. It's Hunter here. Can't believe he's got a cat. That's not a beer. This is a regular grinding spot though, a lot of people come here. It's not just a my grinding spot. Like, I developed this grinding spot 20 years ago. But, you know, pretty good one, so a lot of people come here now. Kind of feel like I need to go pee. I'm wondering if I can hold it for 15 minutes. Steel lockbox. I could probably hold it for 15 minutes. I want to just get the use out of these potions. Been hydrating too much today, I need pee. But yeah, I did tell my last static that I had in Final Fantasy that if they need the tank for the final tier of Dawn Trail, that I would maybe be interested. So we'll see. Even though I haven't played since, what was Endwalker 6? It's like 6.5. And that was only for a week because it was like the free week when you log in for free, you know. Free week when you log in for free, oh yeah. Yeah. So 6.5 was the last time I touched the game. I think I could relearn it quite quick, you know, it's like riding the bike. Like I played my Outlaw Rogue in retail WoW yesterday, I haven't played it for a few months and it was like, oh, it's natural. Like I already know where my buttons are and know what I'm pressing. I don't know if I'd care about the story that much right now, though. That's probably the main reason I haven't played Dawn Trail. Is because I don't really have it in me to, like, play through a story right now. Like, I played some good games last year. I played Mass Effect Trilogy for the first time, played Baldur's Gate. And those were my story games, and then I'm like, I'm all storied out now, I can't really take in another one right now. Skip it. So I just didn't even think about playing Dawn Trail, honestly. Skip it, just do the raids. Can I get another black pearl? Sick. I'm someone who hated story skippers when they were my friends who tried the game, though. I'm like, man, if you skip the story, you're not even gonna be invested. You're never gonna keep playing. I have a few friends that started, and they were like, you know, they'd get to the end of a round reborn and then they'd suddenly not be getting experience and they'd complain about it. It's like, well, it doesn't really matter in that game. It's not like World of Warcraft, you know, you're not getting experience from a quest. You're just doing a quest. It doesn't matter if you get an experience. But they couldn't understand why. So a lot of them did quit at the end of a round reborn because of that. But the ones that made it to Endwalker, you know, they had some fun. Went through some good story because, let's be real, Shadowbringers and Endwalker were like peak. I think in terms of Final Fantasy overall, every single game of Final Fantasy, Shadowbringers and Endwalker are better than all of them. Story-wise. And it's kind of funny that the new zone in World of Warcraft kind of looks like Ultima Fall. Just a broken wasteland in the sky. Yeah, there's very few games that I've played that have been better than Shadowbringers. I would definitely place it up there. In terms of, like, you know, within the maybe top 5, maybe top 10. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to rate every single video game I've ever played. I've played a lot. I still think my favorite Final Fantasy villain is Caius Ballard and not Emmett Salk, but Emmett Salk's pretty good. Like, he's pretty close, you know. He's up there. He's probably number 2. The problem with Caius is that he was in a dog shit game, 13-2. But Liam O'Brien, you know, absolutely kills it when he voice acts, so it gives him some extra points. I saw one and then it disappeared. Where is that? But it was definitely worth the, you know, 200 hours of story to get to Endwalker. But it doesn't really feel like it when you first start it. It's like, alright, let's see this through, let's see how it's gonna go, and then you know, you run through the Forest of Gridania, which is great. Go through Fanalan, which isn't so great because it looks like shit. But yeah, eventually you get to those high level zones, and then it all feels like, wow, this started in the Forest of Gridania. Now we're here. Cool thing to think about. Because I didn't know anything about 14 when I first started it. I went in completely fresh, completely blind. It was just like learning a new MMO. Pretty good. And now I have the Necromancer title, you know. Out of a good player, I can get 99s if I'm allowed. Even though my highest in a Savage is 97, because for whatever reason, whenever I'm on course for a 99, my team's like, I'm a hit out. I forgot how to do the final mechanic. I'm gonna die and make everyone die with me, like that sort of stuff. I still remember the attempt before I killed P12S Phase 2. All of the stuff on my opener was a crit, direct hit. And I'm like, wow, this is going to be an amazing pass if we kill the boss. And we were kind of on course to kill the boss around that time. That's why it was the attempt right before we killed. The opener was godly, the whole fight, like great RNG. Probably would have got a 99 on my first kill. And then we wiped at like 2%. I'm like, no. How could this happen to me? But it's okay. There's more to life than a pass in a video game, isn't there? Just slightly. Well, it was a skill issue. It just was a team skill issue. I generally don't make a lot of mistakes when it comes to raiding, like mechanic-wise. Because once I learn a mechanic, I never want to make a mistake. If I make a mistake, I then try to never make that mistake again, you know? But while waiting for other people to also be like that, that's the patience thing. No copium. I've been playing video games too long. The mechanics aren't hard anymore, you know? They're all just variations of each other. The hardest mechanic that I had to deal with in Final Fantasy was Light Rampant. And that was one of the first mechanics I had to deal with when I started Savage. Because that was my first tier of Savage. That was a good one to start on. Especially because I was raiding blind. Like my static at that point was a blind raiding static, so we had to figure that shit out ourselves. So I always appreciate that mechanic because of that. Nice. It was a good first tier, right? Like, I did a little bit of E1 and 2 before that, but it was like only for a few weeks before that tier came out, so we never really did anything more in that first tier. Yeah, I can understand that from a... If you're someone who wants to, you know, actually progress through the tier quickly, yeah, I can understand it. I'm kind of indifferent about it now. Blind raiding is fun when you're playing with people that, you know, are very skilled and you're gonna get through it quickly. But if you're gonna be stuck on like one mechanic for like 2 weeks, then it starts to become a bit more boring. Bit of a drag. Yeah, like Rampant was about 3 months. We had figured out a solution within like a month, but you know, actually executing it. One of the people in that static had a mental breakdown because of Light Rampant, and we had to move them. Because they didn't want to do it blind anymore because, you know, it was taking too long. So they absolutely crashed out. Blind raiding isn't for everyone, so I get it. Alright, we got 45k experience within that hour. I'm gonna go over here and go back to the inn so I can go toilet. Get a little bit more rested experience. I think if we do another hour, we're running out of rested. But then maybe one more hour, we probably level anyway, even without. This is a boring day of World of Warcraft, but it's definitely going to be very helpful. I think if I was to come back and raid now, I wouldn't really care to do blind raid. And my last tier in Endwalker wasn't blind. We went in with a goal of, you know, clearing within the first month. We cleared the first 3 fights within the first week. That was sick. Like, I think I raided about 40 hours that first week. Clearing famous on 2 characters. It was awesome. I enjoyed it. But then we struggled to do Athena because few people just, well, they didn't play well. Too much grief trying to pass and stuff like that on a fight that we hadn't cleared. Yeah, I didn't mind learning famous, but yeah, re-clearing famous was kind of boring. But it is basically Faint Grid. Put those up there. Gonna go to Baumer for now. What do we do with this gun? Do I equip it to this character? I mean, I did just learn bows to equip that bow. I guess I might send it to Lena. That is one problem that Final Fantasy does have, is that, you know, they can make a new fight, but there's a very limited set of mechanics that you can make, right? You can't keep making mechanics out of thin air. You have to think of them first. So if they don't think of them, then they make a fight that's basically the same fight from a last expansion. It's like, okay, I've done this before. There's one new mechanic in it. And it's kind of what happened with Famous. But I will be right back because I need pee. Right. I am relieved. Back to leveling. Got at least another hour in me, I feel. See after that. It is boring. I'll be honest. Not the most entertaining thing ever for me. But it needs to be done. Whew. Every time I go out of this room, it's just like freezing. Maybe I should turn the heat pump on. Might help warm up the house, but it's also extra power that I'm not really going to be using for now, so maybe a bit later. I need to go see how much potions I actually have left in my bank when we get back there. Good start to the slaying frenzy. Keep it up, nice crits. We do have probably 14% crit now. 15 with the potion. 14 without, 15 with. Not bad. So we've got 65% overpower crit. It's one thing that Final Fantasy did poorly, I think, stat-wise. Crit and direct hit are basically just crits, right? They're both critical stats. They're both the same, in my opinion. Like, why do you have 2 crit stats? I never understood that. Because obviously when you get a crit on your double down, it's nice, but when you get a crit double down, that's what you really want. I'd rather just have like 1 crit stat. Then I don't feel bad when I get 1 but not the other. Like so I'm glad WoW only has crits. Yeah, see, accuracy makes sense. World of Warcraft, I guess because it's classic it does have it, but the hit chance, basically the same, right, as accuracy. But WoW just deleted hit completely, like they got rid of it as a stat and didn't put anything else in. Final Fantasy, I guess, left it. Just changed it. Because MMOs used to do that, have hit chance. But then they realised that hit chance wasn't really a thing that was needed because you'd just go for the hit chance cap anyway, right? Because obviously you want to hit the boss. So if everyone's already going for the cap, then you might as well remove the cap completely and make the game more fun by having different stats. I think WoW tried like multi-strike for a little bit. Feel like they did anyway. Yeah. Gearing and stat stuff in Final Fantasy can be kind of boring. I agree with that completely. Like, it's fun that you can get your bis by just playing the game. But it doesn't need to be so boring, does it? Like, there's no fun interactive moments with gear, stuff like that. But I don't know what they can do to really change that. They really need to do something about the formulaic nature of the game though, because otherwise a lot of people are going to stop playing, which, you know, is already happening. That's a really good bout. I don't know if it's good as the bouts that we have. We got the Dusky bout. I feel like that's better, but it's not bad. Dusky, I think, is 8 agility, 8 steam, so... Don't think I'd be wearing this one. Two sirens? Ugh. Hideous. Nice, she started casting immediately, good. That's what I was hoping would happen. Otherwise, I would have had to fight both of them. I don't know about that. I wish Mithril ore could spawn around here. That would be very helpful. I don't think I've ever seen one, but I feel like, you know, be huge if Mithril could spawn here. WoW does have the opposite problem though, like it has interesting gear, but there's too much randomness. You know, Final Fantasy's gearing is boring, but you'll get everything eventually and you'll be bis. But with WoW, there's like a lot of different items and they all have random stats on them, but a lot of them are kind of useless. But you'll get RNG'd into getting that random useless shit, you know? That siren coming over here. So maybe if both games could get to the middle ground, it would be nice. Because I hate the gear treadmill in World of Warcraft. Kind of why I'm not raiding this tier that's coming up. Every now and then I want off that ride, you know? Right now it's... right now. 50,000 experience. Just a chill day of leveling. I don't really care how boring Francie is going to be to level up. Because if I can use Phantom Blade on my rogue, it doesn't matter how boring the warrior is. Because the rogue's gonna be so fun. Because the rules of my challenge is if a character makes an item, but then that character dies, that item is also lost. Like some kind of masochist. So because Francie will be able to make the Phantom Blade for my rogue to use, she needs to stay alive. My rogue needs to stay alive so I can use it. But I have already had a level 60 rogue on hardcore, so also, like, if my rogue dies doing something fun with the Phantom Blade, it doesn't matter. We're running low on silk bandages. Gonna have to swap them out for Mage Weave soon. I'm just kind of glad that I don't have the urge to play RuneScape. Because, you know, there's a lot of people within the WoW space that have been trying out RuneScape recently. And I'm glad I don't have that urge because I already played it 20 years ago. Like, I'd lose so much time if I had an urge like that. Was first time playing, good game. I don't know if it would be a great game to play again though. Problem. Maybe in the distant future when I'm like 50 years old. Because at that point I'm getting near a slow game. World of Warcraft already a slow game. But clicking on something and waiting is quite slow. $99 in miss. Less than 200, Paul. The regular occurrence. I think generally we're about 180 to 200 EMS on the regular. I'm glad Classic WoW doesn't really, like, EMS doesn't really matter in Classic WoW. No very fine movements and stuff. Like if I was playing retail at 200 EMS, no, I wouldn't be able to play it at all. The game's too fast. But even the fastest classes in Classic WoW are slow. My class in retail does 140 actions per minute. Imagine doing that at 200 EMS. I would fail my rotations so many times. When Legion Remix finally comes out, I'm gonna try Boomkin. Boomkin apparently not looking that great this patch in retail, but like I want to have a high level Boomkin for maybe next expansion. Parry dodge, man, we're the RNG monster right now. And a miss. Talking about warriors in general being like, you know, you miss half of your tanks, but yeah, this guy's getting it right now. Also crit 2 hamstrings against him, which is pretty fun. So I'm thinking we get to the end of these potions and then see how far we are from leveling. If we're close, then I might close it out today. If not, probably just leave it till tomorrow. But I think the plan tomorrow is get 45 and then, you know, start questing again. Hopefully while questing we get a bit of mithril. And if I make it to 46 before I have everything, I will just run around and mine. I'm not sure where to mine mithril right now. Like, there's a lot of spots that have mithril, but I don't know which one's the best. So guess I'll have to discover that. Season of Discovery. Where do I mine mithril? Kind of sad people just stopped playing Sword immediately as soon as Blizzard were like, yeah, we're not gonna give you any more content. Like, I feel like people should have known that there wasn't gonna be any more content past a certain point, you know? But the drop-off was completely sudden. Like, as soon as Blizzard announced that there was no new content coming, everyone just stopped playing. I'm sure there's still some people playing Sword, but, you know, it's not enough to warrant leveling a character and trying it out. And I had leveled my boomkin a little bit. But then I stopped because everyone was like, oh, I don't want to play anymore. Okay. I mean, I'd rather play this, you know, hardcore WoW than Season of Discovery anyway. That's why I did. So I was only living because friends were interested, but then they weren't. But if a thing like Sword happens again, I think... Miss, but we resisted, so it's okay. I think I will commit to it a bit more and actually play. Especially because a lot of people that were interested in Season of Discovery didn't play it that much because of various things that happened. So if I was playing and I made a guild or whatever, they would probably play more. Because I run things differently to other people that are a little bit more, you know, savage. Let's say. Classic WoW for me is very casual content, you know, I'm not gonna make you be the most efficient World of Warcraft player just to be able to play it. I want people that are good enough at the video game to clear the content, but you don't need to be like the best video game player to be able to clear content. Classic WoW. Even on hardcore, you don't even need to be that good. You just need to have a guild that is. One raid leader can clear everything. Yeah. He's given good instructions, you're good to go. But what would I know? I haven't raided in hardcore. I've watched enough to know. Byron. Grinders getting to that point where I'm bored of it. But I am only 50,000 experience from leveling, so just because if you do one thing all day, it's just boring, you know. That's why I hate working regular jobs. Like, just do this one thing all day, like, okay. I actually found a thing that I'm a little bit interested in trying, actually. So, I like being around swimming pools, you know, like they're fun at times. But there was a job that was advertised near me, it's like an hour or so away, of a lifeguard. And I'm like, I'm not completely opposed to that. So even though I work for myself and all that, you know, do graphic design and stuff, I'm like, maybe a second job. Even though I call this a second job because it is a lot of time and effort streaming and making YouTube content. Maybe a third job. Because honestly, it would get me out of the house a lot more. Give me some extra skills in life, and I like swimming. I like swimming, I like working out, and that's basically, you know. So when I saw it, I'm like, I don't completely hate the idea of that. I might look into it a bit more. Might become a lifeguard, who knows. There was also one that was teaching like 3-month to 5-year-olds how to swim. I don't know if I should do that because I'm a guy, and you know, guys teaching children sometimes get some weird looks. There are some weirdos out there in the world today. Like, I'm not a weirdo, but not everyone knows that. But I feel like if you're teaching people how to swim, you know, they don't need a lifeguard in the future. So it's basically the same thing in a way. I also don't really like children. They're assholes. Especially when they're like 3 years old, man. Those guys are terrible. So there were a few things of interest that popped up recently, and I'm like, maybe a career change? AI can't teach people how to swim. Well, maybe it can, but... But if I do anything that isn't what I do, I probably won't be able to stream during the day, obviously, because the reason I stream during the day is because I work for myself. If I suddenly wasn't really doing that full time. Like if I had other things to take care of, other work, then... But it is something I've been thinking about recently. Because I like doing new things all the time. Like, I don't like being just a one-job Andy, you know? Whenever I get bored of something, I'm like, alright, time to do something different. So maybe in the near future my stream schedule might change a bit if I do decide to go down that route. As in I either won't stream or will stream during the night. It's probably more likely, depending on what I like doing. Generally my nighttime like chill is just playing Warhammer recently, and I don't know if I want to stream that. But I will finish the Medley one way or the other, you know. Funny too, because I've never really thought about being a lifeguard in the past. Like, I don't have any training, but the job said they would train me, so... Something to learn, you know? That's why I was interested. It's like, ooh, learning? I do like learning. Which is interesting, because when I was in high school and school in general, I didn't. As I alluded to earlier, I was bad at it. Bad at learning. The only reason I was good at chemistry is because I was actually good at chemistry just naturally. Like, I didn't need to learn anything. Came in with knowledge somehow. I don't know where it came from, but it was in there. A past life or something? I don't know. But I have been looking around for opportunities to do other things over the past few years, but nothing really jumped up that struck me as an exciting prospect. I just really hate routine on so once I get settled into something and it's too routine for me, I'm like, I want to do something else. Even if it's comfortable, you know, a lot of people would be like, all right, this routine is comfortable. I'm going to sit in this routine and just do this. I don't do that. I always need something different. I had too many years of that sort of living. When I was playing a lot of World of Warcraft and that was the routine, I don't want to fall into that again. Life was pretty boring just doing one thing constantly. As I'm sure people can imagine. I got a friend that always brings it up when we're talking, like, every time he talks to me I had a new job or a new hobby or something like that. It's like, yeah, because I just don't like doing the same thing for too long. World of Warcraft is the only thing that I have done for a long time. Off bout of the owl. I don't believe we would use that. Maybe I'll send it to Grocket because I'm pretty sure his bout is kind of shit. But it's not as good as the bouts we've found for Alia and Friend because they are blue. Speaking of Friend, we're just 2.5 levels away from playing her. That's gonna be scary. I'm not really looking forward to the Boomkin, I'll be honest. I am looking forward to hopefully hitting level 40 on it so I can turn into a Boomkin and run around because that would be fun. Or at least a few levels. But just the overall leveling speed and everything of the Boomkin is, yeah, dreadful. And I gotta do 12 levels in a row. It's gonna take weeks. We're just finding iridescent pearls. Don't need them, but once upon a time we did. Why we have this. Our pearl farming in the low 20s. Also where I found my first blue was a polearm that I didn't use. I sold for like 30 silver to the vendor. Because learning polearms would have cost me 1 gold. And I didn't have a gold back then. That was crazy. 1 gold to train that? Nah. Also another reason why you probably don't see that many polearms. Cost a gold to learn for whatever reason. There's not many and then it costs a gold. It's like, hello? Blizzard? Damn, that mob got destroyed. 160 DPS. Golden Pearl! I don't know what we need them for, but you know, they are 1 gold. They're the rarer ones. Black Pearl's pretty rare. Golden Pearl extra rare. So, that's cool. I'll have to see if I actually need them for anything for the medley or I just sell them for a gold though. But either way, I take it. $45,000 experience. We're counting. It's like watching the clock, you know? You're waiting for something to be over, you're just watching the clock. That's basically experience counting. I think if we use all of the rested we have today and then log out to get more rested and go to 45, it would actually be alright. Let's see, what is Golden Pearl used for? Well, we won't be making Argent boots. Probably won't be making gloves of Spellmaster. Mooncloth gloves, Mooncloth robe, potentially. We could get the recipes for those at least, so I guess we'll send it to Grocket. The only thing it would be for though, golden pearls aren't really used for that much. There's an enchant, but obviously we can't get enchants on a account found challenge. Because it's impossible to enchant your own gear unless you send it to yourself. But you can't do that while you're wearing it. Haven't found any boots to put mithril spurs on. Something I could have actually done with Rogan, because we do have the Mithril Spurs pattern, I could have made Nightscape boots for my rogue and sent them to Francie to put Mithril Spurs on. Doing pretty good. I forgot. But because of the nature of my account found challenge, even though we're account found, it's not like without limitations, right? So the items still need to be sent down the chain within the rules of the Medley. That's where it becomes an issue to put the Mithril Spurs on items. So I could find a really amazing pair of shoes for a character, but then Francie's like, not being played before that character, we're not going to get spurs on them. The way it goes. But it is technically an enchant that I can get. Not needed, just increase mount speed. I mean, that's good. I like increased mount speed. Getting places faster. Sounds awesome. But Francie should have them when we get there. Just need 5 more levels. Five more levels of blacksmithing anyway. 4 more silk bandages. We can make another 10. See if we do. Or at least not going through bandages like super crazily today because I keep picking up that spotted sunfish and eating it. Still got a lot of banana bread and turtle bisque. Yeah, eat this turtle bisque because we've got better stat food. In the mailbox. Almost 2 PM. I might play a little bit of retail WoW after stream. Just to complete the story that is out currently. I think I'm pretty close to completing it, honestly. I did like a few hours last night. My friend messaged me, he's like, new herbs in the patch. And I'm like, I was wondering if it was gonna be worth like jumping on and actually farming. The new herbs aren't worth any money though, so I don't think so. Because I wouldn't mind getting another like WoW token prepped. I don't like paying for World of Warcraft because it costs $27. But I don't mind paying in WoW Gold. $27 is crazy, in my opinion. I've played better games for less, you know? Like the Mass Effect trilogy was 150 hours of content so far for $10. I don't really play 150 hours per month for World of Warcraft, so I'm paying pretty much triple what I paid for much less time. So it's not really a good time investment at this point. Now I know WoW Gold generally takes longer to make, but I feel better spending WoW Gold than I do real money on World of Warcraft these days. Like obviously you work like 1 hour. Even at McDonald's, you'd probably work 1 hour, you'd be able to pay for WoW for a month, but it just doesn't feel worth it sometimes. Just say to me, over a month, you're probably gonna make all the WoW gold back that you spent on a token. And it's the only thing you need to do. But I did see they're having the 3 days early access again for next expansion, and I'm gonna be honest, even though I don't like the idea of it, and I didn't purchase the early access for the War Within, because of the potential to make so much gold in the early access, I probably am gonna buy early access. I hate it. I'm gonna be part of the problem. But you know, just one expansion making like 5 million gold, and then you never really have to worry about anything ever again, honestly. I made about 2.5 million gold this expansion, and I didn't really, you know, I started late because I didn't have early access. And all I was doing was gathering flowers while I was off work for a few weeks. So, yeah, I mean, pretty good. I got 900k left. So I can purchase about 4 WoW tokens, I want to say. Maybe 3 only. If it goes down again, that'd be nice. But I don't think that will happen until next expansion. But I think I will pay... I think it's like $130 New Zealand actually to buy the expansion with the early access. I think I will pay that with real money, and then anything else after that is like, alright, just farm WoW gold. If Blizzard didn't change the price, this expansion, I could have had like 6 more months of WoW time, but because they changed the price by $3, it fucked everything. I am already using my stuff, but I am playing the hardcore medley, so I think I have 4 more months of WoW sub for free. I don't know if I finish the medley within 4 months, but it'd be nice. But it's interesting, like, the things that I prefer to spend money on and not, you know? Like World of Warcraft. I don't want to spend money on it. But I'll spend a lot more money on some other things that matter a lot more, you know? It's always funny like that. Like, I bought Cyberpunk recently, finally. Probably not going to play it until after the medley. But that was $65. I haven't even touched it. It's like 3 months of WoW sub. I bought Warhammer. All of that stuff was $100. I've played shit out of it. Nearly 400 hours in that game already. But it's always funny to me what I will and won't spend money on. Very picky. That was a big crit. Fully sunned it up. You stop hiding behind that pole. Get a big mortal strike crit. Really hated that mob. Talking about finances, and suddenly Francie's pissed. I can't talk today. Blurring my words a little bit, I might be drunk. No, I've just been talking too much after, you know, days of not. In 5 days since last stream before today. It's basically forever in the streaming world. We're getting to the end of rested experience. We only have 1 bar left. So we should get to... We're at least 80,000 experience when it's fully done. I think today we can go to like 90k. I don't know though. Our potions are run down 16 minutes. We'd have to redo them. And don't know if I want to grind for a whole nother hour today, right? So I might do like 20 more minutes and then call it. But that would give us a 4-hour stream, which isn't too bad. Because of the recent video being successful, I want to say, you know, compared to other videos, people are going back and watching the other videos, which is nice. It's always nice when you get some new subscribers or people that like your video, because not everyone subscribes these days, because you don't really need to YouTube as it is anymore. The algorithm's working correctly, which it's not. But when they choose to then go through some of your other videos, it's always awesome. Makes me feel special. You know, they're willing to watch not only 1 video, but 2, maybe 3. Or you have that one guy that just watches your whole series. Like, damn. It's cool. And then there's the one that goes above and beyond. He watches that whole series plus the other series, you know. Really likes my content. It's the people I choose to focus on. Get a lot of weird comments, you know, about like, why are you doing this, why are you doing that, you should stop making content, all that, but it's like, I don't care about those people. I'll do what I want to do. I'm just playing video games. I'm not even making content. Content's making itself. I ain't a content creator, content player. One cool thing about making hardcore World of Warcraft videos, because you're playing a game with other people, the other people create content for you, you know? Like in my latest video, when 2 people got me social aggro, and I was like, okay, that's content. Like, it's scary. It sucks when it happens in the moment, but it is content. And while such a, like, even when you're playing an anti-social challenge like I am, you know, not doing dungeons, not doing all that other stuff that people do in World of Warcraft, trading with myself instead of other people, you're still surrounded by other people. You're still living in the world with other people. Or dying. Contraption just hit level 60. I wonder what kind of contraption. What kind of contraption are you? If I had a bone biter, which is the axe from Scarlet Monastery, I'd probably be pulling these mobs 2 at a time, but sometimes they take a little bit of time, you know? I don't want to risk it. We're doing a smooth grind 45. We'll get there when we get there. There's no rush. And we'll cap out our cruelty points next level as well. That's that extra crit. And then we start getting Unbridled Wrath for just more rage. That's when Warrior becomes actually good, in my opinion. Like, it's becoming good as the rest of the game is becoming harder, you know? The mid-40s. Game gets harder, but Warrior gets better, so it's kind of like even. Yeah, 0 silk bandages. I have been forgetting to have a weapon stone on for most of this hour. I think I put one on when I first got here, maybe, but the last 20 minutes, no, completely forgot. It happens. I remembered better today than I have ever before, though. Like, honestly, usually I never have a weapon grind on. Sharpening stone. Probably what I should call it, a weapon grind. That ain't anything. I don't think a chest ever spawns in this area. Would be nicer. Maybe one spawns over the water. I don't want to go over there. Oh, yeah, it do be like that. Probably why in 9 minutes or so when my potions run out, I'm probably gonna call it for the day. But we will have utilized all the rest of the experience. So then we can come back tomorrow, quickly bang out 45. We'll have, you know, maybe 3 bars of rested. So we'll have to do a few unrested, but that's fine. And then actually go and quest and have fun for the rest of the day. Fancy sometimes standing there with her, look, her axe and her, like, her main hand only. Never seen that animation happen before, but I don't know why it is happening. That's not the animation meant to be. Maybe it's after I get disarmed. She's like, fine, I'll use my axe as a one-handed weapon. That's okay with me. At least we get moments of giant crits. For the dopamine to continue. Yeah, about 80,000 experience is what I assumed we'll probably get to rested. Just over by the looks of it. Maybe 82. See you in a moment, because we're almost there. Maybe 81. We'll reduce it by 1k because it doesn't look like it's going to be going to 82. Been a good day of leveling though. Just one moment of scariness, but you know, this place is pretty safe. Here's the rested. Yeah, 81k. We need 30,000 more experience. But now these mobs are worth half of what they were, so not going to be as quick and efficient anymore. But that's why I'll probably go until my potions run out and then be done. They still got a black pearl and a golden pearl today though. That's pretty cool. Hey, once we're done here, you know, once we're 45, we never have to come back here again, probably, to this spot, until we're playing Friend. And we'll see how many levels she needs to grind. I'm assuming Friend is gonna have to level, or do a few grind levels when I first start her, actually, because I don't believe we have any good quests left on that character. Because she not only has to do a long stint this leg, but she also had to do a long stint last leg, so quest-wise, it's a bit bad. I can't help myself, yawn now. It's all over. Got 4 hours of grinding does to someone. At least it wasn't grinding Breath of Wind, that was still way worse. This is much better than Breath of Wind farming. That was terrible. I never want to do that again. My entire life. I don't. If I do a account found challenge ever again, I'm allowing myself to buy Breath of Wind. That was dog shit. Three and a half to 4 hours for 6 items. Like, no thank you. But I don't think I'll do another account found challenge unless it's like TBC, maybe. I would really love if Blizzard gave us like hardcore TBC servers. I don't think they will, but I know the community is looking forward to it, so there's gonna be TBC hardcore. It's just a matter of if it's official or not, you know? And depending on what's going on in my life at that time, I will probably play it. Assuming I have the time to do so. Might be working 3 jobs. Who knows? Gonna be like that. You know, you're gonna start having to work 3 jobs to survive. One more kill and that should be about where we're stopping. If I did have more rested experience, I probably would just keep grinding for another hour. Like, say if we were like to here with rested, I'd just get the level done today. But I don't mind spending an hour here tomorrow when we first start. Good warm up. Maybe I should disarm him. How do you like it? Like it very much, you started running away. Alright. Let us go and send some mail, sell some items. Then I would say GG. Pretty good day, though. You know, just a grindy day of hardcore. They're not all exciting, fun, doing quests and shit like that. Some of them have to be like this. Do say as we get towards, you know, the 50s, 60s, because there's a lot less quests to do, and we're not doing dungeons. And yeah, experience is limited.
Good luck, friend.
Probably swap out the potion. Go along. In that to Grocket. Then the golden and black pearl to Grocket. And we'll just send all this to Lena. I don't know if she'll use the bout, as I said. It's alright, but it's not like super duper amazing. Mining still needs to be leveled past 225. Ugh. Oh, man. Needed that. Oh. It was a good stretch. Whole body.
My goods are of the highest quality. Farewell.
But anyway, I think I'll leave it there for today. I'll be back tomorrow. Well, hopefully. It would be nice to stream 2 days this week. I don't have any work and stuff to do tomorrow, so should be back, assuming everything's fine. And we'll definitely hit 45 tomorrow, and see how close we can get to 46. If I wake up at a good time and I actually start at a good time and stuff like that,
Hey there.
46 might be possible, depending on how everything goes, as we don't
See you around.
struggle in some regards. But yeah, other than that, thanks for joining me today. I had some fun, even though I was just grinding. I did have some fun. I'll see you guys when I see you next. Have a good night or day, depending on where you are in the world. I might need a little nap. Honestly, I'm feeling quite tired now. After all that, started yawning, no wonder. Actually feel like having a nap, but I don't do naps, so probably won't. I'll find something to do. But I'll see you guys when I see you. Later.